Hello. It is time. All right. I think the new button is what I'm doing right now. So I can click unknown resource type. What? Oh, I have okay. Apparently. Yeah, okay. I was in the middle of writing it. Okay. Yeah, this was like 2 days ago, I think. I left it here and then didn't work on it the next day. Yesterday. So now I'm here. Let me change the name of this. It's not supposed to be what is this? I would create the type. I think all this was good. I guess it is a pop-up too. It creates it. It sets it. So when I cancel or I create, so cancel is, oh, I just realized. Yeah. So that's not what I want. I want to save external. Yeah, I don't want to use sub resources as the cancel button. That's not what I want. Hey, Yulia. All fixed, yeah. I got it one day. Also, I thought I needed, for the quality options, I thought I needed to turn on enhanced broadcasting, but I don't think I actually need that. Somehow I was getting, I don't know how I was getting there. That doesn't work in Linux. The server, like, just doesn't respond to the whatever request it makes to, like, get information about how to stream. It just doesn't respond for Linux, I think. So I don't need that. I had it like one day a while ago. I don't know how I got it. I guess it was right after I got like a really big raid. So maybe it was like, hey, let's do encoding options now. For that one day. But yeah, it's just going to be up to chance when I get it. A real Twitch streamer. Not did he shake Bezos' hand? I did not. I think I did mess it up though. Because I was supposed to get like an email or something for affiliate, but I never got that. I submitted my support ticket and then I go back to Twitch and it's like everything is open. I was like, oh, okay. So I don't want to cancel. I want to accept dialogue. And I want to have 3 buttons. Use external, use sub-resource, or save external, use sub-resource, or cancel. And I'll do it. Toyo's probably busy reviewing more streamers. Hide on OK. Dialogue text, OK button text, add cancel button. So I just want to do add button. I can add a cancel button. But I need to do it in a specific order. Cancel button name is for the text with label name. Yeah. So it should just be like custom action. Unity is streaming. What are they streaming? 2 free. New resource. Well, that's all I have to do. Okay. You know, I think I want to put all this right in here. Create one, otherwise we an error. Return. Set the value update. Yeah. I don't want to make anything until I know I need it. Oh. That's why I put this out here. Never mind. I have to do it out there. That would be the biggest yapper now and a streak. I saw there's something about like watching streaks. I have no idea what that is. I've never seen that before. Is that what you're talking about? Did you think to make idiots make idiots? Keep revisiting channels. It worked to me with 4 streams now. Wow. So you are the idiot? Yes. If there's no editor, do that. If the editor is saved and it's not a sub-resource, do that. I can highlight my message too so you can see mine better. Yeah. With only 100 points. Yes, the default. Resources unsaved changes. Save. Discard. Right is true there. Why is right true there? That should not be true. I want that to be in the middle. Oh, actually it doesn't... Can this be highlighted now? Well, it like puts a big box around it when I see it. I also have it set up so if you just type my username without the @ symbol, it highlights the message red. But just for me. Oh wait, no, I do want this true. So Discord is technically like on that side. But yeah, so make that discard button. Because technically it doesn't do anything until you click save external to your sub resource. It doesn't actually change anything. And then you would have that cancel button here. It's like, no, definitely cancel. Or you just click close and nothing happens. Unity Game Jam recap. Game jams. I participated in... I didn't submit, since we never finished it, but I participated in like Pyro Software's game jam with a friend. It was right before he like he went crazy about what is it? Stop killing games. Or I guess it was during that at the same time. Current resources, sub-resource, protect, save it. Discard the sub-resource and cannot be done. Undone. Confirm. We make a new one. Discard. Otherwise, confirm does that. We just save it. If it saves, we call pop-up. Showing 54 minutes and only 33 viewers. I mean, they don't really advertise. They don't like advertise that, I think. And those are mostly like the game developers watching that, right? Load? Wait, what? Load? No, discard. Discard. If I click discard, it runs the pop-up without doing anything. It's a sub-resource, I have to save it as something. So much stuff. Why is it still a problem? Alright, just reload. I don't know what's bugged. Mods on chat? Some guy saying I almost never finished a decent game by the end of a gem. So many unfinished projects. It's the whole chat. Well, yeah. So this should work now. I really don't know what was going wrong. Yeah, it was just being weird. So if I click new, nothing happened. Failed to create new resource type %s. Cannot get class behavior sense vision settings. No way. No way. I can't make custom classes with that? Also, I didn't even do this right. Do I have to look up like can instance or where the specified class be instantiated can instantiate, I guess. Yes. To behavior sense vision settings. Cannot get class behavior sense vision settings. What? Dude, how does that make any sense? Are we serious? The stream has 4 people on a Zoom call. How does this make any sense? Can instantiate, true. Dot instantiate, false. What? No. I don't understand. Okay. Source code time. What does it call when I run this? Who knows? Can instantiate. Resource loader loads script path. Script path. Get global class path. Is valid. Is valid. Is not abstract. Use script. Create instance 2. Instantiate internal. Instantiate internal does what? Okay, but I would like to find instantiate. Instantiate internal. Okay. With nothing called. So whatever the default's there, I guess. Okay, so what line does it say? Cannot get class. TI. That really upsets me. That really upsets me. The can instantiate is programmed to return true, but you can't call instantiate. Why? Get global class path. How do I instantiate from a script? Can instantiate. What do I do if I can instantiate? Where does script come from? Script language? Yes. Why is it like slowly moving things down? Valid scripting, script server is scripting enabled. Is it like script server? Return valid. Okay, I'm gonna look around here. There's gotta be something that's like, there's new. Create instance? New. Okay. Script server, get script server. Okay. So I can get a script and then I can call new on that. Right? Script server. Is that a thing? No. Extension. Well, I guess if I can get the script, then I can call... Maybe something in class DB. Class call static. What if I do that? Get global class path. Script server. Script language. Get global class path. What is get script? Oh. Script language. Dude. Path. I'm gonna explode if that's actually what I have to do. That's insane. Why? Use ChatGPT to refactor the Godot code and remove all the comments. Okay. No. So, why are we just, being awful? All right, here's the question. Where does the type name come from? Why can't I get the path from this? Why is it all awful? Okay, what do I have? Type name comes from resource script get global class name. Is it just resource path? Resource path. Signal pressed. What? Vision settings. So I have to load. I have the script. I have the script. Okay. So what I mean to do is not bind the type name. I mean to bind the resource path. Not even that. I mean to just bind the resource script. Okay. And I guess I don't require that to be the case then. Okay. So I bind the script. I believe I can do base new. Okay. So it has to be GD script. And let me undo until I get this thing back. Because I actually want this back. This is really weird. Why is it so hard to figure this out? Resource script at blank. I guess just... So this would just be resource path. Oh, here's the thing. Wait. Get property resource. Do this. Right, so what I really want to do is go from this name. I can make it happen. I can go through the whole list. I can do it when it loads. If I can find this thing, okay. No, I need to go from its name. I need to go from its name. Get script path. I guess I could just do get script from name. And I can turn GD script. What was it? Class TV. Project settings, global class list. Just print that out. Whoa. So what I really want to do is I want to do okay, why are we not? Oh, static. Can I get property info for sense visions, not in the property list? Oh. I want main resource. My bad. Oh my gosh. If it's a sub-resource? Okay, I guess I have to get the current resource too. Very cool. It has the paths. Looks like it's all my... Oh, nice. It's only custom stuff. Great. So... Global classes. Let me see. I want to see if this even just returns. Get global class list. Do I really have to do it like this? Okay. I do really have to do it like that. The same name. I guess I could do if they're not the same name. So I gotta find... Yeah. It's not the same name. I skip. Path. I guess I'll just print an error in this case. Then if they're the same, then I can do a type hint. It should be... I think I have to do that. Let me see what they do. I think they just do... Anastasia, get global class path. It just loads it. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Sure, whatever. Build to load class. SG script type. script new. Yeah. Get script from name, resource script, if not that. Find resource property. So this is, sorry, not new. Never mind. Not new. Just script. And then here I get I don't think I can write script because it's like a type or something, right? So new resource should be new. What do I have? Like resource name? I don't even know. Resource name? Alert. Great. Is the resource name correct? Alert. Why is it not printing anything? I guess because an empty string isn't, it does nothing. No, it's just like weirdly not doing anything. Oh, don't tell me it is doing something, but it's hiding it. Don't do this again. It is. It's printing it, but hiding it. Or no, it's just empty. What? Oh, no. I want type script. Resource name. %s%. Okay. Path. Would it be like get yeah, get global name. Global name? Nice. Okay. Let me check this. Title alert, of course. Okay. Would you like to use, or would you like to now as an external resource? or use it as a sub-resource that is stored within the parent resource, right? Yes. I don't know. Choosing cancel. Choosing cancel will choosing cancel will yeah, I want to specifically mention that. Oh, I need a new line in there. Would you like to save this resource now as an external resource or use it as a sub-resource that is stored within the parent resource? Keeping the resource. Can I just make the label like have a max size and then wrap it? Can I just do that? I would like to do that. It's like max width. Like how do I set this? I think I just set like a minimum width and then I turn on wrapping. Is that right? Or do I like custom min size X 200? And then turn on wrapping? Word. And then maybe I don't need this. I don't know. Okay, cool. That's what I want. But then maybe I do need a minimum size. Okay, 200 is not enough. 300. 300 is not enough. 800, just make it really large. Okay, it's working. 400. 500. Alright, 400 it is. Would you like to save this resource now as an external resource or use it as a sub-resource that is stored within the parent resource? Choosing cancel will not create a new resource, keep the current resource. Cancel, use sub-resource, save external. Okay. Alright. New. And it should have asked me. It should have asked me if I wanted to save this one. And it did not do that. Why not? If editor is saved and not resource is sub-resource. So... that's wrong? Oh, there we go. Now... okay, now it's asking me. That's dumb. Load anyway, old vision, new, sub-resource, new, saved and not a sub-resource. Well, we're just dumb. Huh? Get property resource. I clicked new. Set new resource call. Main resource set to new resource. Oh, is on load not getting called? Okay, let me print on load. Wow, on load isn't being called. Saved and not a sub-resource. What? Is sub-resource. Oh, because it's like not being reloaded. Alright, so it's not... okay. It's actually not the onload being called. Let me do that anyway. I think it might be the init part. Or maybe it's like the set part. If I set some value, maybe that's what I should do. If base properties has this property, let me test if the value, okay, I should be able to do this. If value is behavior extended resource, the set hasn't happened yet. There's got to be something in resource that I can do to make this happen. Generate scene unique ID. So I guess if I say use a sub-resource, do I really have to set up all that myself? I guess I do, right? What is going on? Oh, right. Sorry. New. Does this set the value? This is a static? Okay, let me look at the code for this, I guess. If not is valid, scene unique ID equals generate. Okay, so we just call that. And then new resource. Let me see how they do it. I'm looking for one of these. Path is local path and ID. Right? Resource path should be updated, right? Like when I set it, after that set happens, it should be, the path should be there, right? But it's not. Resource format text. Is there not like a writer? It's got to be down here, right? Here we go. This is gotta be it. So sub-resource, if resource gets seen unique ID is empty, while true, we generate a unique ID. Set path, path and ID. Path is what? I'm assuming path is just the place it's saving. Save. Is that it? Huh. But then don't I have to like figure out if that's a used ID or not? Okay. I mean, I guess I just don't. It just works or something. Resource path should be, I guess, a main resource. Path. That, I guess. Discard, use sub-resource, test mind, and that's just not correct. Right, that's not what it's supposed to be. Okay. Why is it different when I do it? Oh, resource get class underscore. That's what I should do then. Resource get class. Resource get class. Wait, what? Path ID, new ID, new ID. Yeah. Google Walkback has tripled down on blocking side loading. Its power users a safer way to sideload apps from unverified developers. Like on Android? Is imitate? Yeah, we don't know what's the catch. Wasn't the real issue that... So blocking. Isn't just that like you have to... If you want to get apps, you have to go through their app store and that's your only option. Otherwise you have to essentially like break your phone. Have to hit save. Cool. I can just make the ID literally whatever I want. Nice. Yep. Nice. That's what the path normally looks like. It was. Epic won that lawsuit. I mean, you say easy. You have to like... it's not the same as like developing an app, which is my only experience with it. Like I go in Android Studio and I have to turn on developer mode and then it like downloads the APK and runs it. But I think for stuff that's not from there, it's different, right? There's like extra stuff you have to do. Or you could go through, or you could do all that stuff for like some alternate app download service. But I guess always the worry with that is you could literally just be downloading a virus and you have no clue. And as far as I'm aware, the phone does not protect you if you just start running a virus on it. It just lets it do whatever it wants. Why does it feel so laggy? Okay, now it's not laggy. Weird. I guess I thought with developer mode, there's still like signing stuff. Like you still have to have a signed thing. Like I said, my only experience with it is just doing it through like Android Studio. Yeah, I understand the permissions thing. You have to like give it every permission basically. That to do anything, you need to like specifically give it the permission. But like if you use... I thought if you use something else, you basically have to turn all that off. Half my phone is pirated. No? This was like years ago when I did Android, and I'm just going off of like what I thought it was like. I don't know for sure. It was even during the time when they were starting to clamp down more on permissions, where you have to like ask for permission and like the user can give it temporarily or permanently. And like even if you give it permanently, if you don't use the app for 30 days, it takes it away. That kind of thing. What's my current phone? Android. When I was doing this like several years ago, like I said, I'm wrong, okay? If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. All right? I was under the impression years ago, if you wanted to do anything outside of like Android Studios, like the apps you were making through Android Studio, you effectively have to like jailbreak your phone and like turn off any protections that it has. And then any app you run can do whatever it wants. It doesn't need any permissions anymore. And if that's wrong, if it was wrong, if it is wrong, then it's wrong. Or if I'm wrong. This is definitely not. Oh, it is. Never mind. What Android version? Whatever like the last dessert name that they had was. I don't think it's any newer than that. I think to get any of the newer ones, I need a new phone. But I mean, I can look. Version 16. Yeah. Is it? I guess that's the latest one. They're supposedly not doing names anymore. I was doing... Why do these names not look right to me? API level. I mean, I think it was down here, but I don't think it was that long ago. I think it wasn't that long ago. Not 2011. These names are more familiar to me. But then once I get down here, I'm like, New York cheesecake, oatmeal cookie, like, no. This is when they were going with like the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and then around here it's like weird. Also, oatmeal cookie, I thought O was different. Oh, it was different. Yeah, or never mind, I'm looking at the wrong column. Yeah, these ones. Nougat, Oreo, and pie. That was like the last one. Was like, you know, that's what I was doing. Because in the next ones, they just weren't, they weren't giving names to them anymore. The internal names, they still have the desserts, but this was like the following, you know, following the alphabet. J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and then they stopped. They hit Q and they were like, this is tough. There's no more good dessert names at Q. Talking about Android once blocking out of the Google Store APK unless you're a signed dev. I just know that if you wanted to do an app on Android, your only option was the Google Play Store. There was no other option. You had to go through them. And then I was looking up, okay, well, is there any third party? And there are third parties, but those are not official, so you could just straight up, like, as far as I was aware, what I was seeing at the time, it was like a coin toss if you're getting a virus or not. And there was no, whatever third party existed at the time, there was no, like, verifications or guarantees about viruses. And I thought that, I don't know, maybe it's just like what I was reading or glancing, it just looked like if I wanted to go that route, I basically would have to like require someone to pretty much disable any software protections on their phone. And that Android Studio had like special signing keys that allowed you to put it onto your phone if developer mode was turned on. That would be like a protected app. So if someone wanted to run it on their phone without going through Google Play, they would essentially have to download it on their computer, build it through Android Studio, and then turn on developer mode, and then they could get it on their phone. So it was still like protected. Just not like an official way to do it. Yeah, at the time, which, you know, however many years ago that was, for Oreo and Pie, I was like, could I do it through not Google Play Store? And that's what I think I was reading. It said if I wanted to do it, I could do it. It's just that probably, you know, people would have to modify their phone or do something with their phone, or they would have to go manually download whatever a third-party thing is and turn off any protections. Which means the app that you're downloading apps through can just straight up be a virus itself and run things in the background without telling you about it. Anyway. Cool. Alright, it's telling me every time now. Because the path is correct. If I click save, it's going to save it as a new thing. Actually, let me hit cancel, modify this, new save. I really hate that. I really hate that. Subvision. Save it external, use a sub resource. Let's save it external. Let's call it ext vision. And it broke. It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Save as external resource. It didn't do anything. The onload is there. It didn't do anything. Huh? It didn't do anything. It didn't save it. It didn't print a toast. What? new, discard, save external. Did I like hit cancel or something somehow? It's not doing anything. Is new resource dropped at this point? It's not actually doing anything. Emitted when multiple files are selected. Files selected. Oh my gosh. Discard, save external. Cool. Though the path didn't work. Changes the resource path. It didn't. You didn't do that. Alright, I gotta do it manually again. Pretty sure create does it manually because it just doesn't work. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Take over path and then save. Stupid. Alright, but that worked. New, discard, save external, data. X2 vision. Nice. There's an A. Just this Steam Machine convenience might actually kill PlayStation. Just want convenience. Dude, I just hope Steam Machine kills Windows. I just hope it kills Windows. That's all I want. Oh, don't delete the whole line, just bump it up. Windows is dead? Nope. Windows will be dead once I can play MCC on Linux. When I can finally play MCC on Linux correctly, which I mean, by the way, this really upsets me. Can you stop it? It says gold. I think it's gold like only on non-Arch. I see sometimes people say Arch and it works. Yeah, this one says it works. I can't play online for some reason. Here's even my review of it. Yeah, I don't... This one I wish I understood what he does. Like, what's the difference here? Why an Arch for gaming? It's because Steam just works, man. Steam works. Every game I've ever tried to run on Steam works. But Windows and their stupid MCC social feature, that's still broken, by the way, and still doesn't work. Invites still don't work on Windows. You have to use Steam invites to join people. They just don't care. Whatever they do, like they do like a network request to like get the playlist, the playlists. I left it run for once. I left it run once, and it took like 20 minutes, and it finally came back and like gave me the playlist options. But then I could never find a lobby. Like after like 20 minutes or a half hour or whatever, I finally was able to get into the menu, but then I clicked search and I could never find anything. It's something is just bugged with however they use the internet. Why do you want to play with other people? I want to play with my friend, and that requires internet. What's funny is it always shows up. So like the social thing shows up, like he is there on my list, but I can't join him. I can't accept an invite, and we can't. And I can't even open like the multiplayer menu. Like I said, it worked once because I left it sit there for like 30 minutes, and it finally like loaded. I've never been able to get back to the menu. I tried like 2 other times, waiting even longer, and it didn't work. So it was like a fluke that one time it even opened the menu. Dude, just whatever they did for like the social matchmaking thing is just wrong. And for some reason, I'm like the only guy on Arch that it doesn't work for. So I don't know what I'm missing. Buy 349's host your own server. Yeah. AI agents to play in your private server. I gotta get working. Leave God's the minimum. I can't, my blinds can flip, so I can, I mean, I guess I already flipped when I use it. I can make it so the bottom is open and the top is still covered, so I'm not like getting blinded. Maybe I do that. I don't really care if people can see inside. Oh, now the light looks weird though. And then I have to deal with the dog barking. Okay, where am I? It's like I'm being lit from the bottom now. On the first floor? Yeah. There's only like one house across the street. Okay, is this all correct right now? I think it's all correct. Sub-resource. The new is working because I had an S there, which we're just crazy. Rich? I don't think so. I don't think living outside of a city is being rich. Living inside of a city is being rich. Is that good? Is this good? Cancel, use sub-resource, it's a sub-resource. New. I could save it, I don't. Discard. External. Yeah. Load anyway. World vision. New. Sub-resource. Load. Save and load. I'd have to save it. I think that works. New, discard. Or no, I want to load anyway. Base vision? Yeah. Also, that's actually not. Oh. Zombie. Zombie target. Save. Save zombie base vision. If I double click this, there it is. Yeah, the lighting just feels weird. You don't, in the Pro City, you don't pay rent, but you still have to pay property taxes. Thanks to my work, I don't have to rent from the ship. What? Go ship to my own house to rent. Morocco for now is almost free property taxes. Neat. Same news on Fallout 4, they're charging $6 and the game just does not work at all. Oh. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Now I think I sent this. I sent. Static. Date. Get script from name. Pressed on new. Press. Loading new resource will discard the sub resource. I mean, I thought I was going to try to combine them in some way, but I guess I don't. Yeah, I guess I just don't. I need to get rid of this print line here. Where's the print line? It's right here. There it is. I was like, I know I'm looking right at it. Classic Bethesda. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's always... I feel like it should be easy enough to... Because there's like two... I guess there's like two ways you would test it. Brand new PC, install Steam, download, hit play, right? And then second way you test it is just like a test PC that has like run and played some other Fallout game before, just in case something weird happens. I have no idea what the problem is, but I know there's been issues with like AAA games, and that's the problem. They just didn't try running it on like a new system for some reason, or they just didn't try running it on a system with other games installed. There's something about some anti-cheat conflicting with another game's anti-cheat I think it was like Valorant in some other game. Maybe it was Battlefield. Not the new one. Maybe it was the new one. Like an old Battlefield in Valorant. They didn't have like Valorant's anti-cheat as like a trusted thing or something. So it'd see Valorant's anti-cheat and just be like, oh, you can't run. This isn't like a secure system. Or like this is, we don't know what this is. So discard is the default, right? So if I hit new, sub-resource, new, discard changes is the default, which I mean, it looks scary, but if you do that, you can still click cancel and you're good. Nothing happens. Yeah, so it was Battlefield 6. If you had it Valorant on your computer, you couldn't play Battlefield 6. You have to uninstall it. At least until they fixed it, which I'm assuming they did fix it. Alright, I guess that's the new button done. All the buttons are done. All buttons are finally done. I still have extend and save as. So for sub resource, you can click save as, and for a loaded resource, the button is like an extend button. So it's just like create new, but it sets base. Oh, this like bar that just has no text in it right now. Rust render engine, super low level, and they just... I don't know what that is. What is this? Bevy? What? So this button depends on update title bar is supposed to do this. Okay. Update title bar should be doing this. If it's a resource and a sub-resource, the button extend text should be save as. Otherwise, and then these need tooltips on them. And I want a little bit of extra text here. Rendering engine written in Rust. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Alright, does this work? If I just click back, nice. Save as. If I hover it. Save the sub-resource as an external resource. External resource can be loaded and shared with many resources. Extend. Extend this resource to inherit its values. Extended resources can use overrides to modify attributes from a parent. I guess I would say use overrides. I like that I can click off and click back, and it like reloads it. So I've got text there, and it's correct. Set resource and property will update it every time, so I can have the proper functions. Text. Is the button actually set up correctly? Press shrink center. Yeah. Yeah, so it's all set up, it's just missing the text and it's pressed. So the text is handled, and now I need to... Oh. Okay. If button extend is connected to extend, and if not button extend pressed is connected, save as. And then I flip it around for this one. Okay. So I think I should, at this point, I should really figure out how to do this because I have to do this 3 times now. This is the 3rd time. This is where I really need to do something. Here, okay. I mean, I guess what I would like to do is to unload. Let me try to match these up. So if it's okay, saved, pop-up call. It's okay. Saved. Pop-up call. Else failed. With the error. Okay. So that should be the same. That should be the same. Now, when it's not a sub-resource, I have this. If it's okay, saved, on tree exited, pop up. And then resource name, error. Okay. Now those methods are actually the same. They do this pop-up thing. And then this is custom. It's not load, queue free, pop-up, canceled, queue free, pop-up. It's actually the same thing. So when I click extend, or sorry, when I click save, I just want to do a save, so it's not anything. When I do extend, oh, I guess this one's actually different now, isn't it? These two are the same, but I think the text is a little bit different. Mostly the buttons are different. And this pop-up is a different callable. Okay, so for the extend, what's going to happen? Okay, well, when I click save as, I pick a path, I hit save, and I just do takeover path. And then the resource is still the same. So yeah, that stays as that. Save as basically doesn't do anything. It just opens like a pop-up, but it's not extending from this. Extend, when I click that, creates a new resource. It should ask to save the current one first. It should ask that. So that one's going to be the same. It needs to ask if you want to save the current resource. If the current resource is a sub-resource, that's not really possible. Okay, so I think it's just different enough. Yeah, I think it's just different enough that I should just copy it and do whatever I need. So, I'm just going to do that. Save as. I'm not doing any of that. Save as is pretty simple. I don't need to worry about that. I really don't worry about any of that. I'm just saving the current resource. I don't care about that. Well, I mean, kind of. Kind of doing this. Right. I'm doing this. So it would be... Was it editor resource? I mean, they should be the same thing. They're the same object. Yeah, these are the same object. So I guess what I should do is I should probably run editor get resource, right? Okay, which one do I prefer? I think I prefer whatever is shown in the editor. I'm just imagining there's two ways I can access it. I can get it from the main resource, which is what the editor should have. But if I'm thinking about what the editor is actually displaying, the editor is displaying and working with whatever its resource is. I'll just do a warning here. I guess those are errors. So really all I should do is just pop this up, like straight away. So I think I just pulled it all the way out. All of this goes away. None of that. None of that. We open a save. I set resource, take over path. Save that resource. And then I guess I update title bar. This should keep everything correct. So the next time you save it, it should save as like pointing to the external resource instead of the sub-resource, because now it's an external resource. Yeah. So that one's really simple. Update title bar. On extend, it should ask if you want to save. So copy all. Yeah. So with the window open, now I have to deal with someone walks their dog by. He's gonna freak out. I've got treats though. I've read that dogs will chill out if you give them treats when they see other dogs walking by. Okay, let's copy all this and modify it to fit. So the save as is really simple. I don't think I have to do anything else besides just calling this takeover path, and that's literally it. It's still the same resource. It just now has a path. Right. That's all it does. Extend. It is going to be, I am making a new resource, so I have to do it like this. Can I create instance? So I have to create a new instance of it. Well, actually, I guess I would just duplicate it. I could just duplicate it. No, I think I want to make a new resource the same way. And then in addition to saving sub-resource, whatever, I have to set the base just before I call onload, because that's how it gets the stuff. Actually, that's not how it gets its stuff. Onload doesn't do anything with base. It sets base, but this doesn't actually do anything. It calls back to onload. I should probably pass. Oh man, I should probably pass something like skip reload or something. Actually, I don't even have to do that because base is literally not checked here. Base is literally not checked. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing onload there. That's not how that works. Because the overrides is handled from get. When you call get, it goes to the overrides. If not, it goes to the base. Otherwise, it actually returns the real value. This doesn't cause recursion, does it? No, it definitely shouldn't. That would be crazy if it did. It can't. If editor is saved, we just do that. This can't be true. There is a discard button. Clicking extend on new resource property bind. I guess I can still reuse this one. I could just have like a base now. So base. Yeah, okay. So I can reuse that at least, so that's good. Extend. If it's unchanged, I have to confirm if I want to save or discard or cancel. And then this binding will bind with the current resource. I guess I can do this. Actually, no, I think I had it split so I could check. I mean, they should really be the same, though. So I get the current one. I guess if there's no resource, this is a problem, though. If it saves, we run the pop-up, and the pop-up is just calling that. I feel like that's it. So I click Save As here. Okay, I have to click Save As. Alright, so I'm saving new saved vision. Cool. And I didn't actually modify anything. That works at least. That's good to see. That still worked. Because it is just the same resource. Oh, it's getting nice. It's getting really nice. And then I guess I can... Extend is definitely not going to work. But I guess I could find out what's broken about it. Extend. Let's save it as an external one so I can see what's going on. This is going to be... extended vision. And it's just like totally not... Yeah. It's totally broken. Okay. Honestly, I'll send it as it is. Actually, yeah, I kind of want to see what it looks like right now. Extended vision, what does it look like? Nothing? Hearing settings. It doesn't have base set. Did I not save it first? Set it? What? When I extend... When I extend, I run pop-up, which is new resource property. Okay, so base has to be set before I save. Yeah, okay. So base has to be set before I save. I mean, I guess I just do it here. Load. Old hearing. Also, did I call it extended vision? I did. Silly. Delete. Delete. I'll hit save. I need to delete a lot of these. There's too many of these open. Oh, whoops. Load that one. Okay. Extend. Save external. Extended hearing. Okay. All right. So it has a base, and it points to old hearing. Good. So yeah, I don't know why anything broke. I'll figure that out. For now, I can send this. Oh, why is there a comma there? Delete that comma. I know why there was one there, and then I decided, oh, I actually don't need to run onload at all. It's just dumb. Remove that onload line, save as, connecting it to these methods. I made that look the same as the other one, in case I ever want to combine the two somehow. It takes a base, which defaults to null, which just doesn't save anything. Save as. I don't know if that did work. Yeah, it should work. Not really tested, I think, but it should work. Oh no, I did. I tested it like twice. It worked. Extend. It has to follow the same path as the new one. It has to make a new resource. And then it just sets the base. Except it's guaranteed that it's not happening on a sub-resource. And it doesn't even matter if it's a sub-resource. Actually, it does matter. It can't be a sub-resource. Maybe I should just check that anyway. Just to be safe. Right, cannot extend a sub-resource. This is a bug. If there's no editor or the editor is not saved. I mean, it's just whatever then. Or the editor is saved, then whatever. Run that right away. Yeah, otherwise open the confirmation to save the current resource. Discard. And then prefer discard because I always have the option after clicking it to, like, I still have the option to cancel and do nothing. Okay. Right. Now extend external resources in place, or save a sub-resource as an external resource. All right. So now I have the base stuff set up. Now I should have to figure out why it was broken and nothing is showing. Oh, I guess actually probably the reason it didn't work is because it's a new resource and it should come back and tell me. Well, on new resource property works because it calls this. Which I mean, actually, I guess I just don't know why that would fail there. Resource editor line 134. Funny. I guess I just hadn't set this up yet. And the parameter child is null. That can't be true. A child editor? Is editor null? No. Maybe it is. It could be. Behavior property. Oh, it is null. I actually happen to know that that's null, I think. Make property override container. Okay. Editor mind. Make property, what? Make resource override? No, what? Wait, what? If editor resource base, title bar. This is supposed to be a resource. Make sub-resource override container. Is null? Something is null. I'm calling add child and it's null, right? After this. So somewhere after this, it's something is null. Is the editor null? Possibly. Make property override container. In these two places. Get property editors. Okay. Oh, is it failing? Oh. I think this fails and then it just returns null. So it's because it is because of this. Default value text is something. If editor resource base, so I guess I get editor resource base some property. Invalid call to get. What is property? It's a dictionary. Okay. So I'll just hit save and then reopen it. Okay, so base value is empty for all of these for some reason. Why? Yeah, that just didn't work. Oh, because I don't add the default label. No. There we go. $17. Okay, so these don't work. Also, I don't see the base value. I should have the base value. Or no, I don't see what the base is. I click extend. Ah, okay. How do I show this? I guess it should be after this one. So this is the name of the resource. And then I'd have something... I would have something next to it that says what it's extending from. Also, I kind of want this button to be on this side and there to be no text, actually. So the override button is just empty. And then it's first. Okay, reload. Okay, cool. And then, so if I change the base value to 10, does that update? No, of course it doesn't. It does need to update. If I think, okay. I think I can probably... Huh. So these labels need to update live. I don't really have a way to get those to update. I guess I could do this. I think what I really want is... I don't want to connect to that one. I don't want to connect to the base on changed. I want to know if... what specifically happens. I want to know if the value of the base changes. If the value of the base changes, I want to update this text. I could also just make the text like regularly check. So I could just make it like a scene timer that keeps calling. No, that's really lame. I can just get a callback as soon as it changes. Here's the thing, if I attach a callback, I think what happens is if I close that menu, if I close it, that connection is still going to be there. I could do this. So I have a resource editor container. I could have a property editor container, and that sucks. Never mind. I don't want that. Should I actually do that? Should I make it? I think anonymous functions don't get freed like that. But if I connect it to a method on that container, then I can disconnect it later when I go away. Gee, I guess I haven't thought about that. If I have any signals like that, I need to be disconnecting them whenever I go away. All right. It's time for lunch. So I'm gonna get food. I'll be back and think about this a bit more. Be back in a minute. I'm back. I've got food. and I'm gonna eat. I'm back. Okay. Right. So, I didn't think about this at all. I was just eating. I guess if I were to do this... Actually, I guess I can say this. If this label exits the tree, so this is like being the whole thing, I guess I can just bind the container. Yeah, okay, I'll do it like this. So set it here. And then I'm going to bind, or I'm gonna make a callable first. Just an anonymous function. And actually, maybe this is where that... Did I leave the code? I did not leave the code. Okay, so really, I actually care which property changes. So I'll bring the signal back. Does not include... when a base property is changed, yeah. So when I call set, if base property has that value, I would emit changed. I guess I do emit changed first. Then I would call. Actually, does emit changed give me... Hang on. I think emit changed might have like an overridable thing. No. Why would it? Yes, let's do emit changed first. And then I do... simple there. Here... emit changed called deferred. I can do this now, but I guess I should probably not. Let me do a one shot. Sorry, emit. One shot. Actually, I can just put this at the top. That's simpler. So the next time change is called, we emit this value once. So I get the name. If property name is equal to editor property name, I'll just say not, return. Otherwise I do base default value text equals string value. Right? So then I can do editor resource base yeah. Base property changed. Oh. No, here's the problem. So if I call override and the value is null, I'm erasing that. Okay, so I guess what I say is I do that here, or rather if base override value, and then I guess I say if value is null, then value will be base get property. So then I do this here. I guess I'd actually say yeah, do that. Okay, let me see this. If base and value is null, emit equals this, otherwise emit equals property and value. And then I do connect, emit, one shot. Okay. That's how I do it. Alright. Property changed. Connect to update value text. And then container tree exited. I guess tree exiting. Connect if editor resource base property changed is connected, update value text, base property changed, disconnect. I don't know if I have to do this, but I feel like I should. Actually, what if I just typed queue free here? No, not a thing. Does callable know who it's connected to? Nope. Well, I guess this is connected to the editor, so if the editor goes away... If the editor goes away... Wait. If the editor goes away, this disconnects. Okay. I don't have to check that. I'll write it like this. Oh, I can move this out here. It's a bit redundant what I was writing before. Alright, what do we look like? Alright, so if I modify this to 12, it does not say 12. Why? Why? Maybe maybe because I added the signal, I actually have to restart it. Maybe that's why. This should be extending old hearing at 12, 12, 11, 12. Why? Editor, resource, base. Property changed. This is changing, right? I guess I could print here. It's not. Why is it not setting? Just turn that off. Huh. Set isn't happening. Why is set not happening? What if I do this? What about this value to customize the behavior of set? Customize the behavior of set. So this means the editors aren't running this? It's literally calling set. Well, why? How is it not getting here? What? Customize the behavior of set. Do I have to override it? Do I have to go into here and say like underscore set super underscore set? Is that really what I have to do? It's from object. This method is not called when setting built-in properties of an object, including properties defined with GDScript export. Damn it. Wow. Why? It called it for script, which is weird because that's 100% a built-in property. Really? Oh, wow. Okay. I gotta go find whatever crazy way that they wrote this. Bind method set to set bind. Which just calls set. If script instance set. Extension script instance. That should be true. Set script. If script instance emit signal script changed. Script instance. Script instance. What? All right. Is the only place where this is included is in script language? Okay, so it's on script set. Got it. It is calling script set. Or script instance brackets. Okay, I'm looking for GD script create instance. All right. There we go. GD script instance. Set. Member setter, it calls the setter. There's no setter. Static variables, not there. What? Okay, never mind. Value call. A function. Member info. Static variables indices. Member info. Member is E of value. Members.write. Members.write. Modules GD script. Okay. Okay. Huh? Members write hash set? This isn't. Yeah, it's not okay. Yeah, there we go. Vector of variance. Okay. So that doesn't do anything. Like, how does this happen? How does this get called? I'm trying to find where this is called. I don't see it. It's like it's nowhere. Script instance set. Class DB set property. The thing is, if core string name is script, it worked, which means it went to set script because I got that for some reason. What is this? What is this? Huh. GD soft class. Object. Here set V. What? Oh, this hurts so much. So it's whatever it is, it's obscured. Whatever it is, it's obscured. However, this is being set. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? Okay. Why? Why? Okay, let me just look it up, I guess. Godot. I want to know when a property changes, and I want to know the exact property name. I really want to know that. This doesn't work. This doesn't make sense to me, but I guess I'm gonna try it. in here, I'm going to override set. And I'll do print. Okay. You know, I'll do reload current project as well. Make absolutely sure all the code is loaded correctly. Okay. It's not there. Like, should set the property value to true and to value and return true or false, so the property should be handled normally. Why? And how is it called? It has to be like a virtual call, right? Right. This has to happen. This line has to exist somewhere. And I need to find where. It's obscured somehow. Somehow it is obscured. I don't understand how. There's just too many of these. I can't look at 900 of them, man. Like, literally, why? Why do they do this? I don't even think this prints all of them either. I think this prints like 100 and then it's like 100. This is not all of them. How am I supposed to locate this? Is it a virtual call pointer? No. No one ever uses that, which is funny. It's never used. Hey, Alchemy. I am going crazy. I have no idea how this can be called any other way. No change there? Yep. Underscore GD virtual. Whatever. It's not run through a virtual call. It does have to be a bind though. If debug enabled, just don't what? Got so much followers. Thanks. How's the game going? It's going alright, I guess. I'm rewriting AI system. And I have a need to basically know when I do this, but on the resource itself. It's supposed to call this method. However, this method is documented as not being called for exploited properties. So I want to know, when is it called? And that's like impossible to find somehow. I can't find where this is called. I can't find where it's not a bound property. It's not made as a virtual. It's not even called as a virtual. I don't know what I'm missing. This is some like weird method that just doesn't exist. Trying to work on the slider changing. I could set it up to be just like the slider modifying, but I want to know when the actual resource is modified, no matter how I modify it. Hey, Coup Trooper. Been here before, follow a long time ago, but I don't really remember my username. Really? I've been streaming for like 2 months, so unless you're talking about like years ago when you were like one of my 10 followers or something, I don't believe you. What was I doing? Tell me what I was doing. I don't want to make a setter, is the thing. I just want to be able to write this. I want to write export. This doesn't work. This doesn't do anything. That was just testing. I just want to be able to write export, and then this set method is called. It doesn't happen. Like, the only property this happens for apparently is script, which is really weird. It's not printing anymore. But I saw it print once instead of setting script to something. I couldn't find that. I couldn't find how that was being called. I went to script, to where it should be setting script, but I couldn't find how it's calling that method from there. I mean, I don't know, maybe I look again? Like, because I think it was this. The name is script, set script, return. But I just don't... It emits script changed. False, it's August? You have no idea. Value goes variable. Yeah. I wish it was so easy. I don't want to write that. That's the thing. I want to just be able to write this. I don't want to have to do set call underscore set. I think that's all just way too much. Because my thinking is if I can find it's none of this. Maybe it's emit signal script changed. That's a signal. That doesn't... Unless it, like, binds its own signal or something? I don't know. Man, I don't know. Why? Which not specifically wouldn't do that. I mean, it would work if it just called this method. If it just called this method for the exported property, it'd be fine. I don't want to do for like every single property, right? I don't want to do set value. Like I don't want to do all this, I guess. I really don't want to do this. I don't want to do max distance equals value and then set, I don't know. Or I guess it would be underscore set. Like this is too much. There's no reason I should have to write this. If I can figure out how the one place that I know it definitely was called is for script. But it doesn't happen here. This is a signal. This definitely doesn't do that. And it's not even called anymore. It's like it was called one time when I was testing and now I can't make it happen again. Let me remember my username. I keep changing it. It might be Bread Monsters. Bread Monsters is familiar. Did you say something in particular when you would join the stream? Don't like it aesthetically. I don't like it aesthetically, and it's annoying. Every variable that I add, I would have to add 2 more. I'd have to add like 2 more lines of code. There's no reason for it. It's called somewhere. I can find it, and I can just call it. Here comes the vibes. No. All right, I believe you though. I was just trying to make sure you weren't like preparing to sell me something. You would say something like, how's it going? And I would say, good, how are you? And you say like, I'm doing pretty good or something like that. Right? Pretty sure that's what you said. I remember that. Some kind of bread pun. All right. Why are we highlighting? So script instance set, I tracked that down. That didn't go anywhere. Class DB set property. Pretty good, yeah. Class DB set property. Property set get. Get pointer for property. If not, it has to do like a not. Something like here. Making ghost dual properties. So much more boilerplate. Yeah, I mean, I can figure it out though, and I have made so many changes to the engine already just to support like the UI that I'm writing that I can just add something if I really need it. Because I'm gonna have a lot of properties. I don't want to write a setter to call another method all the time. And then if I ever forget, then it'll just be annoying, and I literally won't know why it's not working. Because I don't just want it for the UI, I want it in general. I want to be able to generally check if a property has changed, and specifically which property and what it was set to. Took a break from game dev 3 months ago, and I'm back. Nice. Tell something. Yeah. I just have to be skeptical. It didn't even say you're in first time chat, so like... Oh, it's because you... Right, it's because you did change the name. Oh, I can literally look. I know how to use Twitch. I can literally see, yeah, you typed, I'm doing pretty good. Why do you need so many setters? What do you need so many? These aren't mine. This is Godot's source code. I just want the one method to be called. I just want this to be called. That's all I want. I think it's in here. Somehow it's this. Property set get. If there's not a setter, do nothing. There is a setter. An index, I assume, means that it's actually on the object, so it can do this. So if set pointer, no, that has to be a set. Huh? Property set get. Check. Yeah, this is probably why it's like really obscured. Because it actually is. I don't understand what I'm looking at. What does this mean? Call. If there's a set pointer. Religious fervor to fix small tiny thing. Yeah. Breaking Bad the Fly. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. This is crazy stuff. Because it's supposed to... That's not it, is it? It's not that. It's not a metadata. Property set fallback? Is it property set fallback? What? Are you on the spectrum? I don't think so. Although, I could see how you see it, because this codebase drives me nuts. There's so many dumb things that they do, so many obscure things that they do. Is placeholder fallback enabled? So it just does nothing? I mean, they made a whole function that just does nothing, which I think is pretty cool. Good looking odds, yeah. It doesn't look like it's here. It doesn't look like it's here because I'm not seeing it check the result of the call. But I guess that's just hidden away. So property set get. What's a property set get? Method bind. Okay. Whoa. What was it? This one? So the string name for a setter, so that's not the case, It would be a method bind. It should be a method bind. So we get the index, which I'm thinking the index comes back to be true. So it grabs the set pointer, and it calls it with the object set bind. Property set get set pointer. All right, cool. It is set one place ever from MB set. What is MB set? Add property. Yeah, it's not this. I thought it wasn't this because it didn't quite look right. And it's not. What is this? Set bind just calls set. This is the method. I checked script instance, I didn't find it there. Script property, I didn't find it there. Set script, I didn't find it there. Else, metadata, nothing. Script instance property set fallback does nothing. Set v, which I thought I looked at set v. Script instance set. All right, I feel like set v has to go somewhere. Is this I don't want soft class, I want hard class. Oh, GD class is GD soft class, and then set v. It's soft class, which soft class includes set v. Okay, virtual bool underscore set v. Override. What? Override. Override? Okay, there it is. All right. Virtual bool set v. I guess there's also this. That's not void though. That's not virtual though. No one ever overrides this? I mean, the thing is, this looks correct. If that set works, then we set it. Otherwise, we call get set. Or we check if they're not the same, I guess, and we call it underscore set. Get set. Underscore set is not. In fact, it's actually, wait, what? It's false by default. And you can't even override that. Wait, force inline get set. Virtual bool set fee. Here's a good thing. Property can revert. So maybe this one will be easier to find. Property can revert. $116. Looks like nothing in object. Bind object core method. I found it. Bind object core method, add virtual method, underscore set. So add virtual method. Class add virtual method. Method info. Class DB add virtual method. Get class static. Add virtual method. Why? Why is it so hard to find? It's nowhere. It's just nowhere. I have it right here. Class to be add virtual method. Alright, let me just see what this does. If debug enabled. Method info is method. If virtual. Classes, virtual methods map, virtual methods map. Somewhere it has to look through this list like here, star our info. Like exactly here. Get method info. This is the only place that reads it. Actually, let me look at what GD Virtual Call does. It's this GD Virtual underscore. Underscore GD Virtual underscore. Does it make virtuals somehow? Or object. This is the method. Static equals string name equals that m name. It's crazy. $sign script call. Why? Why is it like this? Because I don't think the setters are here, right? The setters aren't here. This is just the virtual call. But it's still there. I have to do a virtual call underscore set. It has to happen. It's a define. This is the only way it can be called. GD virtual call underscore set. Underscore set with a comma even. No, it's just not called. No double underscore set. Set bind. Here's where set is actually created. It's a method that takes a How is it not called? How is it called? It is called somehow, but it's from code that doesn't use GD virtual call. How is that possible? It should have to do that one. It has to call GD virtual call. Additionally, from the set bind, this somehow has to lead there. Underscore set has to lead here. Or set bind calls set. Set where is it? Here it is. Is this a virtual? Is that set a virtual? What is set? Set is not virtual. Right. Set is not virtual. What is this IAPI? Why? Used mainly by script, get and set, all including string. Set var. Set var. Used mainly by script. Ah. But it's actually never called. Wait. It's implemented. If key is a string, it just calls set. Okay. Well. Why is it virtual? Why? It just calls set var, which is never overwritten by anybody. I mean, here it looks like maybe.
New VIP.
Oh my god, that scared me so much. Why was it so loud? Holy crap. I gotta turn that down. That really jump scared me. Thanks for subscribing, Alchemy. Jesus. I was so into this. Like, why did that scare me so much, man? Was it just loud? Was it, dude? Okay. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay. When you override, you don't have to bridge singleton. This isn't even a real thing. Set var is not a real thing. Where was I? Here? I was somewhere. Here we are. Can I don't know how this works. I'm gonna try it. Set underscore set. And then star override. underscore set's not it. Set v is what I was looking for. Set v. Really? All right, set v is a dead end. Set v is never overridden by anybody. I guess you could also just type bool set v. Literally never. Its default is to call get set and then return underscore set. And underscore set is not virtual. It just returns false. What? I'm never gonna find this. It's just, I'm never gonna find it. It is buried in who knows how many layers of weird abstraction. Script instance set. Member info. Thing is, I don't see it here. It can call member setter. Maybe. No, because this is a string name. This is a function name. That's like if I write my own set. This is what happens. These are static variables, member functions. What does this one do? Find. Wait a second. That's it. Now, why are we written like this? I don't know. Find get singleton strings dot underscore set. I can't think of a more ridiculous way to write that. Value. That's the method. Call. Okay, so before this. So if it's a member, it does this. GD script. This is modifying GD script. I mean, literally how it's written, you would think it's supposed to be script pointer base. You would think it's supposed to look through here and find, do this first. Hey Zornik, what you doing? I am First, going crazy. Second, reconsidering what I'm doing. So I'm basically trying to figure out where this method is called. I finally found it. This underscore set. I would love it to just be called for everything. I would like that a lot. But this is a bit different. I think, honestly, maybe I just move it. Maybe if... because this goes up the inheritance chain. I'd kind of like it to be called for inheritance, but one at a time. So we start with our class, we check if we have it. Member info seems like script pointer is script pointer. Checks the static variable. How does this go up here, though? Does it just stack? Maybe it just stacks these. All variance value. Why is this different? Member data type has type. Member is the type. Do this. If there's a setter, call the setter. Otherwise, we just write it. What is this? Member data type. Like it's an object? It's an object type? Cast it to a pointer? Yeah. Get the pointer. Construct from that type. Okay. Why this, though? Hash map. Iterator. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So this is just the first value. Return value. If there's an error, if the error is okay, that's the result type is a Boolean and it is true. Return true. All right, here's what I like to do. I like to go up the inheritance chain and check if a set runs. If any set returns true, we take it. If no set returns true, then I go through and I try this. That's what I want to happen. And in fact, if I have one, I want to break. The first time I find one, I want to call that one. If it returns true, I'm done. If it returns false, I'm doing the default, which is going through this and then this. Yeah, that's how I'm going to change it. So call the first set in the inheritance. Is that even spelled right? Inheritance chain. I don't. Let me check. Did I spell correctly? Yeah. Okay. Well, the first one in the inheritance chain, if it returns false, then we are done. So this is kind of a big change to make, but I think this is the way that it should operate. I really think this is the way that it should operate. If likely valid, I don't know what any of that is. Put this up there. The feeling you'd be happier writing your own engine at some point? Yes. Also, wait a second. What? Oh, valid. Okay. I was like, of course this is supposed to be not a null pointer, but yeah. And then this can be deleted. If E, gonna do all that, otherwise break, we're done. If we get one, we're guaranteed to break. If it accepts it and it returns true, then we return true. Actually, I guess what I really want to do is I want to check. No. Yeah, if it calls it at all, then I stop in place. If it was successful, then I set it. If not, then I do whatever the default stuff is. I started writing my own at one point. Wait, what? I didn't think it would delete those comment lines. That's cool. Okay, I don't know how it does that. I feel like it didn't used to do that. In C++, yes. Did I say tried? I started. I got about as far as a window for Windows, and that's as far as I got. I can tell you if I'm going to do my own thing, it's going to be JavaScript. I'm not using C#. Well, okay, I guess I should probably support C# because I hear that's like a really easy thing to make scripting for. But I'm not doing Python, I'm doing JavaScript. JavaScript is already really fast. And you can call C code from JavaScript. JavaScript, yeah. I think JavaScript is awesome. I just think the JavaScript ecosystem is garbage. And then I need to copy this line. And then at the very bottom, I'm just going to duplicate this. So go through any statics, I guess. I'd be tempted to use Rust, but there's a lot of syntactic cruft that bothers me. I wrote Rust for a bit, and yeah, I was struggling to do anything because I couldn't. I was struggling to get lifetimes to work. Like doing it, I wasn't even doing like something that would require me to use like complex lifetimes. I was just like calling a function. I couldn't figure it out. I did figure it out, but it was way too much. I didn't like it. I'd rather make the mistake, honestly. I would rather make a mistake than try to figure out... Spend like half of my effort writing memory management. Okay, so to go through all that, I go up the chain to find any setter that returns true, or just the first setter. The first one I find, I'm going to break. And then, so now it gets called, but if it returns false, then I still break and I still set it here. So it still goes through here, it just goes through my underscore set first. Pull the first set in the inheritance chain. If it turns false, then we are done. If it exists, that's a weird comment. Pull the first in the inheritance chain. Whoops, too much. I'll just say call the first set in the chain. Did I make a mistake? Well, you'd be using JavaScript so mission successful? Yes. Whoops. Oh, don't do this. I would prefer... I mean, here's the thing about Rust, right? You should only really do it if you're writing something that's like a really complex... what is it? Some really complex, like, multi-threading. And you struggle with deadlocks. You struggle with not writing deadlocks. Okay, so I didn't write this code. I just moved it, right? I moved it up. So we reset it there. We reset it there. And we just delete it there. So there's no way... There's no way this could be wrong. Is it done? Oh, wow. I'm actually kind of surprised that there's that much. I didn't change any... Yeah, it's just being stupid. Back to 0 days. I didn't change... Why does it not keep the cache route? The learning curve is the biggest hurdle to it taking off. Jai. Doesn't Jay Blow use that? I think he does. What I saw from Rust, like when I was using it, it felt like I was learning literally a new language. Not like I was learning a programming language. I felt like I was literally learning a new way to write code, and it goes too much. I think a lot of stuff that I would learn and do in Rust don't apply to any other language. It's his language? Yeah, I thought so. Closed beta at the minute. All right. Whoa. Am I lagging? Oh god. I am lagging really bad. Okay. I'm back. How? Did that even work? Dude, this game is so weird. Sometimes it opens instantly, and sometimes it does this. It nearly crashes my stream and just never opens. All cores, I think, pile. Yeah. All but one. Actually, I think that, yeah. I think it uses all but one. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this game just failed to run. I don't see it. I even got a pop-up saying that something opened over here, and there's nothing there. There it is. This is what I do when it compiles now. Although it's almost done. Oh yeah, I grew the farm and I didn't do anything yet. If this compiles, you need to show me the actual game. I haven't seen it in a month or two. Unfortunately, I can't run it. And it doesn't look any different, I think, from when you last saw it. So my dog is really in need of going outside, so I gotta go let him out. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I didn't get to do anything. Too busy remaking Godot in your image? Yeah. Wow, that was a hard sentence to say. Pretty much. If you'll notice, my record is like 4 days without compiling. I started counting. Because I was like literally doing it like a couple times every day. Or something. Hey Yulia, missed your break. Yep. You did. This guy can't like. This is gonna be the most obscure way I've ever seen a virtual method call. Pointer, member functions, fine. GDScript language, strings, set. The most obscure way I've ever seen a call function. Whoa, what was that? There it is. It already happened. Set max distance to 250. Who's Alchemy? Pretty sure he was here before. He was here like right after I started streaming this game. He hung out for a while. It's a me, yep. He's been gone for a while though. Alright, so I got max distance. I don't really care that. Wow. Oh yeah. This was a really big thing. I needed this to be called for this. This override thing. Absolutely 100% I needed to call this to be able to return true. To be able to not set the real thing. Yeah, he just subbed. He just subbed. Because I just got it unlocked today. Okay, so I only saw one of them though. Which is weird. I wish I knew which one it was. I guess I can check. It would be resource path. So please. Oh. Old hearing set min loudness to 10. Awesome. It says sympathy sub. Yeah, I just felt sorry for him. Also, it scared me. I don't know if it was just the volume, the tone of voice, the notification that I have. You heard it, right? I didn't actually ask that question. I'm still wondering if like those sounds even play correctly. You heard it go new VIP. Alright, cool. Well, this works. This is what I needed. I needed that to happen. Yeah, I heard it. Nice. And it says 8. I changed it to 10. 10. Awesome. And then I have a bunch of sets happening here. What is all this? Set base, target groups, FOV cosine half. Sense vision, sense hearing. Why does the path... What? How is the path empty? And now it's set. Resource name. I'm guessing somewhere in between here is at the resource path. Signal change is already connected to that object. You put the Halo black guy. No. This is the multiplayer announcer. I can't remember his name. Not Sergeant Johnson. Sergeant Johnson is for the raids. I can replay it, actually, so I can demonstrate it. Actually, I should be able to do it. No. I thought I could replay it from there. How would I do this? I can just like play a generic one, I guess.
New VIP.
That. I thought I'd be able to replay an alert. I should be able to. How can I do that? Activity feed controls. Oh. Oh, there it is.
New VIP.
I got it. I can do it now. I can replay them. Cool. Okay. Why did resource path not appear there? I'm assuming it sets all of these and then it sets the path and then it set the name. But it never, the path never came through. Needs the old volume. I haven't changed it yet. I haven't changed it. I just think it, I don't know. I really don't know why. Maybe I just didn't, maybe I just forgot the sound. Because I've never heard it before. So. I know the beep, you know, the follow beep. Okay. Change is already connected. So I have an issue here. Why is the scroll always like scrolling down? Emit changed, connect, emit. So it set a property to the same value. And so is it because of this? So if, okay, clear, click, click, click a bunch of times, click and drag it around and it's not doing anything. Okay. Are you lagging again? I shouldn't be. Everything is good to me. Twitch could have issues, I don't know. My side is fine though. Alright. Yeah, it would have been a base property. Like you dropped a few frames. I haven't dropped any frames. Oh wow, that's crazy. Wait. I just had like 1,100,222 frames sent on the network. It was very close to being all ones. But then it was 4 ones and 3 twos. So why did that happen? I mean, I guess I can check if the property is already that value. Or I could just do call deferred. You know what? I'll just write it like this. do that. If we override it, I want to do a check. If value is equal to null, then I want to do property changed. Init property base get property. Otherwise, property changed emits property value. And then all that goes away. So I don't have to worry about this stuff happening. That was a lot of changes for one. Oh, wait, what? Now it's like bugged. What? I'm gonna guess that's like not my bug. Whoa. Lambda capture at index 0 was freed, passing null instead. What? Setting override. What? What just happened? They just print like 300 things. Huh? Setting override min loudness. Oh, because get doesn't work. Now I gotta make get work. Oh wait, it is working? Get resource path ran. Wait, really? Oh, no, it didn't work. The get doesn't work there. So it should be calling get. That is not called when getting built-in properties? Yep. Alright, not for the get. And I'm going to do the exact same thing. We're going to go up the chain to find a get method that returns this. This should be last. There it is. Yeah, see, here it happened though, right? Last time this happened with script. That is crazy how many times this is running get. Get resource path, get resource path, get resource path. And then it doesn't call anymore. So it calls it like once, I guess because it doesn't exist yet. And then it stops calling. And it's only for some random things, I guess, I don't know. Have fun, see you off. I am off to bed. Alright, everyone. See you. Have a good night. I need to remove Moog, Lord of Blood. It's too intense. I feel like I skip it often. Call the first get an inheritance chain. It is get args if call okay and return type is not null. Return is that, return true. Otherwise we break. And then I need to copy this line. And then I need to duplicate this line. Const. Wait. Const? Yeah, I don't know C apparently. I guess const pointer. It's a const. It's a pointer to a const. The value is not constant. The thing it points to is constant. Okay. And then go up the chain looking for statics, signals, whatever, I guess. But then I go through the gets. If a get returns anything, then I use that value. If it returns null, then I do the default behavior. Right? Null means default, which is what they document. I guess I should change that. This note to say like this method is favored for all properties. Actually, just like literally just delete the note actually. Because reading this, it looks like, oh, override this method to customize behavior of get should return the given property's value or null if the property should be handled normally. Like this alone is enough to say, yeah, we favor calling the first get method we find. Right? Okay, we call set, calling get. Okay. Weird line changes, but alright. That is really weird line changes. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I am going to move this back down to here, so that I can commit the set change first. And I'm gonna leave it like partially like this. So that I just have this like clean change here. And I don't have this weird thing that I was doing, where it's like modifying the lines instead of deleting and adding. Yeah. Yes, 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 no, no, no. Break. Yeah, whatever. Prefer virtual set in objects. GDScript now favors the first implemented set virtual method in the inheritance chain over built-in values. If you ever see a bone in real life, do not lick the bottom part of it. The paint used on the bottom part of boats is toxic. Okay. Good to know. I was planning on doing that until you mentioned it. So. Alright, now just copying this back over. Is that correct? I don't trust myself. Okay, get. Just deleting this and moving it up and adding that break. And then resetting it there. Cool. Okay. Yeah, this should be like used actually nowhere, so it should be instant. Yep. Almost instant. 20 seconds of instant. 30 seconds of instant compiling. Alright. A lot of gets. A lot of gets happening. Does this slow my code down? Probably. It probably does. But I want it. Base overrides target groups. So in the get, if this is only run via the get method, then this, I mean, they couldn't do it anyway. They couldn't do this anyway, I think. I think as long as, okay, I'm going to do a test. If I write get here, does that, will that crash it? Will this crash? I'm going to say yeah. That, I think that crashed. It didn't crash, but it definitely printed like 10,000 lines. So, stack underflow. Underflow? Yeah, alright, that did it. I just wanted to see that would happen. Okay. So as long as I don't call get inside of it, I'm fine. As long as I don't write a get in here. Which I write get here, which the expectation is that this goes and this will loop and recurse. Not really recurse, but like loop. It is recursion. But this would go up here and try to get that. Until we eventually hit either someone who has no base overrides. I mean, what I should really do is I should check if... Yeah, I should really check this. If base properties has property, then I can do this. If it's in our overrides, return the overrides. If we have a base, return the base. Otherwise, don't handle it. Okay. Now what happens? So this should fix it. This should make the overrides work. This is what I needed. I needed the overrides to work. Alright, we got 3 gets there. So the base value is 17, so if I change this to 20, get a bunch of printing. It says 20 is the base value now. If I change this to 10, setting override min loudness is 10, and the slider actually moved because the get is working. Nice. Alright, that's what I needed. And then deleting override? Yeah, I guess I need a UI thing for that. This would be the toggle. Would like delete the override. But it would keep the UI like this. Actually, it wouldn't. It would drop it. Yeah, if I set it up correctly, toggle doesn't do anything yet. But if I were to set it up correctly, turning this off would change the value from 10 to 20. I mean, what I can do is I can just make it so the UI doesn't actually update. I like lock this element or something. Or I guess I like detach it from the property before I turn it off, so that it keeps that value in there, and then I would disable the input so I can't change that value. And when I turn it back on, it reads from this value first. If it has a value written, I guess, it reads from that value and it uses that one and writes it back as an override. If it's the first time I turn it on, which this editor would be hidden, it would just show min loudness base value 20 and then like a toggle. It would toggle on, then it would fill in with 20. That's how I want it to work. And then the getters, I need to... I already did that. I just forgot. Get disabled. What? Oh. Yeah, those are real property values. Property names. Calling set. Calling set min loudness. Is it property editor? Yeah. Cool. All right. And I could probably hide that. I'll leave it for now. Alright, so overrides work. Almost. The override is always true. I don't have the UI set up how I want it to be yet. Toggling, this doesn't do anything. This should be hidden first. Let me see if that array works. Okay, the array doesn't work? I believe it should be, though. Really? Oh, the array, the default array change calls get. Deleting an element, array remove at, changing an element. So I should write it back, probably. Write back to force Write back to force UI updates? Or just write back? Write back for property updates. How does it handle the set when it's the same? Does it do anything? Yeah, it doesn't even check. Okay, but now if I type in A, delete, empty, add. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. And I guess this should actually be gunshot. Gunshot? Nice. Wait. What did I do last? GDScript now favors the first. Can I just copy this? Yep. Prefer virtual get. Now favors the first implemented. Get virtual method and inheritance chain for built-in values. Cool. And what's here? Property changed. Base properties has. I mean, I was kind of writing it so base overrides could be like a generic thing no matter what. Maybe I should put it back. Yeah. Yes, I'm just adding that property changed call. Write back for property updates on the array. Label, override button, the UI updater. Okay. Right. Add override, or I guess work on overrides for behavior editor. This includes an engine change required to allow underscore get and set methods to call first. Over script properties. Okay. All right. Now, I guess I just make the UI behave how I want it to behave. So I want to start by just having this here and hiding this until I click the toggle, and then this pops up. It preloads with whatever the base value was, and you can change it from there. I can click it off again, and the value goes back to the base value, but the UI stays here. So whatever I've changed here stays here. It would just be obscured, so I can't interact with it or modify it. And if I were to click the toggle back on, it uses whatever is on the UI. It'll like load it back in as the value, as the override value. That's what I want to happen. All right, so property editor. Not here. What? Not here. Resource editor? Okay. Resource editor. This is an expand container. So here, basically I want to start with, okay. The override button needs to start. Check, it needs to check if base overrides has this value, okay? Editor, resource. Is there like a check to see if something is overridden? No. Base overrides has editor property name, an override button, toggle. Huh? Toggle mode. Base button. How do I make it start? I feel like checkbox should have that or something. How do I make it checked? Okay. Check button. How do I make you checked? On texture, off texture. Is pressed. Is pressed. Okay. Base button. Set pressed, no signal? Is there a property pressed? I guess it's set pressed, no signal. Okay. I call set pressed, no signal. That's set pressed, no signal true. Okay. So if I... Max distance shouldn't have one. If I click off, click back on. Okay, close and reopen. Alright, so that worked. Although it is the same value, but it worked. I'll just prove it. There it is, 10. This one still loads. I'm guessing if I hit delete or I change this, it changes that, and now it's an override. So if I'd save, close, reopen, yeah, now it's an override. Right? Okay. And then toggling the button doesn't actually do anything. Alright, that much is there. Now, can I do like override button is pressed? Why not? What do you mean, why not? I need to save this value. Is override. Set pressed no signal is override. Why doesn't it just do it instead of not doing it? I don't know. I didn't tell it to, maybe? So container, then I want, okay, I guess I want this at the top. If not is over, trigger mechanism, if not is override, container, show is expanded equals is override. Okay. Okay. And then the override button needs a lot of stuff. So I'll make the override button toggle on. Pressed in normal states. The new state is contained in the toggled on argument. Do I do like on? Enabled? If enabled, then I want to check if container, if not expanded, I want to do setup here. Actually, I don't really need to do any setup. It'll just load it correctly. Container is expanded equals true. And that's all I gotta do. Never mind, it's not. Actually, no, it is. If it's not expanded, I gotta show it, and that's all I gotta do. If it is expanded, actually, I guess it'll just be and then this comes back. Okay. All right. So otherwise, if I feel like this is gonna be a more complicated one. If it is not enabled, I need to take this editor and detach it from, let me check this. Favorite property editor. Default on changed. Ubisoft postpones its quarterly financial report at the last minute and halts stock trading. What now? That's crazy. Can they do that? I guess what I can do is, yeah, how do I detach this? Editor set resource property. Unchanged function. Unchanged function. I think it just needs like a disabled thing, right? It needs to have a function that's like disable. That will just disable everything. Yeah, I guess like an onChange function that just, yeah, just disable it, right? So okay, that's pretty simple. We just ignore any changes. And then I guess this is probably the one case where I actually might want to have a set. I guess I can override it. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Disabled? Self-disabled equals disabled. And then I guess to do like on disable? Is this already abstract? It's not. I guess it can't really be abstract with static. Or can it? No, it can. This just means I can't create one of these. Yeah, let's make it abstract. So that forces me to always implement this method. They did that last year when it dropped to less than $2. I think they did it because of the 10-cent deals, so I guess there's a new major buyout happening again. Oh, okay. How? Weird. Yeah, just on disable. Whoa. So let me just do value. Disabled and not value. Disabled false on disabled. If we are not disabled and value is on, should be down here. On enable. All right. Okay. Now I have these editors to implement. Right. On disable, should we like slider, editable, false, spin box, editable, false, and then yeah, I want to disable them and then like detach them. Resource editor, property editor keeps the resource in the property. Good. If set disabled, disabled equals false, on enable. Disabled is false. We have the resource in the property, so I can actually like pull it off right there. Okay. So this is what I want to do. Ready shares with spinbox, set resource property. It's a lot of stuff. I have to do this. Add child. Value changed. Value changed. If onChange function is valid. Okay, so I guess I just check if disabled, return. Editor property changed. Value changed. Yeah, same thing here. If disabled, because that's setting it right on the resource, so I really don't want to do that. Yeah. And then this editor. I need to keep track of that. Where do I set the initial value of these? Range set value, no slider. Right, okay, of course. So I think I need to track this. I think I kind of need to track this thing. And what is it? It's a editor property. I guess I should track that. Editor property. Null. I'll just call it editor, I guess. And then I need to do set object and property. I need to yeah, basically null that, I think, and then I don't call update property because then I don't need to. Info.name. Set resource and property. That should just be on here. So on disable, if editor, set resource, what? Set object. Object and property, null, empty. Okay, so we just clear it. When we enable, true. And I should reassign these. I should reassign the values. Set value no signal to resource get property name. Okay. Then I can do editor update property. Oh, and then I need to like disable it too. So editor something. Read only. Selectable. Is that true when the property is read only? I guess that's what I do then. I make it read only. Whoops. And hopefully that's just UI updates. That's not anything other than UI updates. Open up my window a little bit. Okay. Alright, so that should be the number one. I think. Now the array editor. Set line edit. Variation. Add element. Where's the ready? Pressed add element. Array. It loads the values. Okay, and then when I add element, on element modified. No. What does on element modified do? I think this just sets the initial value of it. If on changed function is there, add element. Yeah, okay. That's to like get it to add the element. This will add it. If I can find it. Old size. If index is not variant, what does it actually add? Add element. If it's a string, we make one of these. If it's a number, we make one of these. Okay, this is null, right? If initial is not null, otherwise we're doing on element modified. Old size. Oh, on change function handles all that. Okay. Wow. The on change function does this. Right. On control modified, bind, on element modified, okay, so what I really just do is I just do if disabled, return, like normal. Don't call that. Remove element. This is a binding for on element delete. Same thing. If I'm disabled, I don't do this. And then I want to disable these buttons completely. On element delete. So I guess I check here too. If disabled, do nothing. Probably overkill on the disabled, but whatever. It is UI. Alright, so I need to disable the button add element. At the very least. Enabled, disabled, disable true. There we go. Okay. Disable, enable. Now add element. Line edit, if it's this, I make a spin box. I have a button. So I guess what I do is I have element. Element is an H box. The first child is the control, the second child is the delete button. And the control is just a spin box. Or... okay. I guess I can just get all the children. Get all the line edits, get all the spin boxes, and then disable them. That's probably just best. What is it in? It's in elements. Find it, children, type, line edit. And then editable is false. Maybe I should actually just track it myself. Alright, I'm just going to track it myself. I think it'll just be everything. So every time I add element, line edit new, edit controls, and line edit, edit controls. And then the button, same thing. Should be everything. On element modified. Oh, how does the delete button work? Bind element. I guess I should also bind the button itself. No, it'll be the second child. The delete button's the second child. Okay. And I guess here I could actually run through all the children and just erase it. That's probably also fine. Whenever I delete the element, just run through all of its children recursively and erase them. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Elements. There should be a remove child. Remove element. Remove child element. And then what I'll do is I'll go through Is there a way to get all children? I guess I just do this. Get the first item. To erase append array, get children. Internal? I don't think I ever use internal children, do I? Do I call add child internal anywhere? No. And I really shouldn't. You know what? I'll include them anyway. Then remove it from edit controls. Okay, so this will just keep recursively going down the list. Removing everything. Shouldn't be too many. But it will just ensure that I don't have to worry about how I put these inside of the element. If I delete it, I know that they will be dropped from edit controls. And I know that edit controls contains everything. Everything that I could want to enable or disable. Do these inherit from something? Range. Control doesn't have editable, right? That's not here. I could look at it with this. Yeah, this is online edit. Okay. There we go. Do these have disabled? No. On enable. True. Oh, I guess I could actually make this a function. Yeah, I can just do this. Editable is not disabled. Not disabled. Disabled. Maybe it should just be called update controls. Okay. All right, so is that set up? Is that set up? Non-existent function get editor for resource. Do I have Editor 301. What? I do have a syntax error. Override button toggled if not enabled. Then I do the editor is a behavior property editor, so I can do if not enabled. I can just do this. Editor disabled equals not enabled. All right. So that should fix it. And now I remember why I don't want that set thing, actually, so I'm gonna take that off right away. Go away. Set disabled, not enabled. I expand it, it's true, it should already be enabled. Otherwise, I'm disabling it or whatever. And is that it? Well, add a theme style box on a null value. Text, huh? Expandable. $177 is the first one I complained about. Title panel was null. Cannot call on a null value. That doesn't make sense. Okay, 144. Icon is null? No. Okay. That's just not a real thing that happened. Title panel is this right here, and the icon is this right here. So they clearly exist. They're not null. They're definitely not null. I'm not sure why that happened. Open again. What's happening? Okay, well, I guess it can happen. No, what? How is icon null? Icon literally can't be null. Okay. I don't know why that's happening. Reload. That doesn't make sense to me. It happened again. This is only possible if I'm calling this method. Oh, is it really set expanded? Wow, it is. Okay. It's because I am... Yeah, alright. I hate that. That's really dumb. Set expanded should be getting updated when we're ready though, right? Yeah, I call update icon, so I don't need to worry about that one. Line 177. This is set hovering. I'm not even sure why that's being called. Q redraw. Set hovering is called here is hovering. How? Okay. Title panel. I'm collecting the style here. Type. Yeah, okay. So I think I just say like, if not, is node ready, return. And then here. Oh, that's what's happening. Right, okay. Trigger style box update. So then I guess right here I say if is node ready. Do this. Otherwise I don't need to. Close. Open. Error's gone. Great. Now max distance is my test. So old hearing 250. Click the toggle, it pops up and I can edit this. So let's go 100. 100 is the minimum. And then I'm like, all right, cool, I like that. I hit save. I go look at this data file. Sorry, extended hearing should show it. So base overrides, max distance is 100. Max distance is 100. Then I'm like, all right, I want to test something else. So I click that. Non-existent function set disabled in VBox container. Okay. What? Yeah. All right, so I didn't quite do that right. VBox container. Resource editor 134. Editor. Huh? What are you talking about? Behavior property editor. Set disabled. What? Okay, so I'm calling this with not that. Make property override container. I'll call this in two places. In both places, I'm calling it on get property editors. Get property editors returns an array of behavior property editor. Yes. Get editor for property. Behavior property editor. Number editor, array editor. So one of these doesn't have the script on it. Array editor. Behavior property editor. This is a number editor technically. Number editor. Script. Number editor. Behavior property editor. Do I have to say... That's, I mean, those are literally the types. It even says that's the type. Alright. Oh, it says behavior property editor set disable. Maybe that is not the name I gave it. It is set disable. English. English. Close anyway. Alright, so the override is there. I click this. Gray. Gray, and I can't modify it. Nice. If I hit... Okay, if I hit save, it doesn't actually do anything, because like I said, the button doesn't do anything yet. But in theory... Now I want to check something. If I change this... Alright, base value updated. That's a lot of bad. So, line 149. What happens here? Lambda capture 149 is freed. Property name? Editor? I guess no. Editor? And base value text are free. These are the two captures. Okay, so I guess I can just say... Wait, what? How are they freed? They're not free. They exist. They're right here. That's that. Is it this? Like, huh? What do you mean it's free? There's no free. Lambda capture. Passing null instead. Invalid access to property, keep property on a base object type nil. So editor is null here. Do I have... Lambda capture. Okay. I guess I understand. I don't. I actually don't. I straight up don't. I'll just make a static method or something. I take in a property name and a label. A property name and a label? Value. Yeah, just taking a property name and a label. And then the bindings are after the call. So I'm actually looking for property value. Okay, so it's actually made property name, value, variance, target, string name, there. If property name is not equal to target, return. Otherwise, I do label, text, string, value. And then I do update property text, bind, editor, property name, base default value. Okay, I think that would fix it. Property change is already connected to the given callable. Is it now? Fine. be that way. That way. I hate how like binding like reuses some ID or something, so that's how it's like, oh, we're already bound to this, we can't do that. Because it like thinks the label is the same even though it's a different label. That's what was happening. It was like comparing two labels or something and thinking that they were the same. I don't even know how. Maybe it was target groups? No, because it was only these I could run. I don't know. Alright, change this. 250. It says 250. And I can change this. So now I'm at 178 or whatever. Click that. Click it back. I can modify this. 356. 356, the UI still saves. Nice, okay. Cool. Although I still don't have the override button actually set up to flip the override. So it still has the override written in there. Normally it would delete that override. And the max distance would just be like 300 or something. Right. Oh man. Okay. So now I need to make that override button do the second part, which is ooh. Okay, so if I set it up correctly, disabling it should just freeze the UI as it is, and it won't change. Okay? So I call disable first. That will freeze the UI, and then it won't change. And then what I do, first of all, I have to make this now like an override func or something. Because I know it's going to complain to me about things being wrong. So I have to make a new one every time. Oh, you're already connected to that one. Nope, I'm not. I swear. I swear I'm not. So I get an editor. Well, first I'll get enabled. That's the first thing. And then all this can just go up here. Connect to override bind. So I need the container. And then need the editor. property editor. Yeah, that's all I should need actually. So bind to the container and the editor. And because I'm creating it here, this is a new function every time. It's not reusing one, so it's never going to tell me you already bound to that one. I don't even know how it's possible. It doesn't really make sense, actually, how that's possible. But it seems to be possible, so. And this one probably doesn't really need the extra lines. Yeah, it's fine without it. So I need to disable the editor. Then what I have to do is I have to get the resource. I need to... Okay, first of all I need to say if enabled. What do I do? If we are not enabled, I know what I will do for sure. If not enabled, editor, resource, override, editor, property, name, null. Definitely for sure, that's what I'm doing. Okay? Otherwise, so this will just be else. I'll just move that here. When I re-enable it, I need to get the value I basically need to tell the editor to reapply its value to the resource. I think I can do that. I think I can say onChanged. Maybe I'll just have a function that's called like apply value. Or maybe on enable can do it. You know what? I think all I gotta do is this. I don't think I should do anything else. Just call that. The editor should know what that means. I guess in that case, this is what I do then. I say set override. Set override. Enabled. That's what this should do. It should be calling set override. Okay. Property editor. Set disabled, set override. So then I guess I kind of match it with disabled. I don't know. If disabled and not value, disabled is true on it. Override. On override. I guess it would be like update override. Editor should update override state. Okay. So now this is a bit easier. Update override. If disabled, I guess I would just say disabled equals disabled, update controls. And then it goes through that. Or control and edit control, and then I guess what I'd do is I would go through that, and then I guess I could say on element modified. How does that work? On control modified? On control modified. Value, base, get parent, get index. Does this? Yeah, this works. On what? On control modified. Bind control. Ah, okay. That's right. So I guess really what I do is I can go through and I can say on modified. So what it would do is it would run through the value. Okay, not quite. How do I do this? I guess I could just remake. No, I want the controls to stay the same. So even if I don't save it, I want the controls to stay the same. Well, yeah, I have to, because I have to read whatever the value is in the controls. Update controls can happen there, whatever. I guess I can actually just keep a temporary array, can't I? At the time I disable it. When I update override, I can read through. Okay, this is after. Wait. Okay. Wait. Resource editor. Set override. Lookup symbol. Update override. Update override. Okay, I actually get it. So when I am disabling, I can set disabled now, but when I am disabling, I want to run update override, and then I want to clear the override. Resource override. Property name, null. Allow editor to cache values or clearing them. And then when I do this, I would call update override here. And what it should do is just read, basically recreate its state from its cache. If one exists. If one exists. Okay. So update override. There's a thing flying in front of my face. Array of whatever, I guess. So update override. If we have, I guess I do this. If let me do this. Restore number editor, update override. I can do this here. I want to restore a value. I guess I could just return variant and then I get that value back later. Yeah, maybe that's good actually. I feel like there could be a reason why I may want to return null as the cache value. So I would receive null and say, how would I know if I'm restoring from a cache or if I have nothing to restore, right? Right. Should update override state. If a cache value should be returned, caching is true. Otherwise, the old value should be used restore UI state. Okay. So I can track it up here. Set override is true. Disabled, yeah. Yeah, I want to keep disabled there, just for tracking. So we are enabling. I want to pass in false and override cache. Well, as we are enabling, so I want to do override cache, true and null. So to say this is null by default. That way I don't have to pass it. All right. And then I would clear it. If editor disabled, then if disabled, do that, else guess I just do all that. If caching, return get range value, else the range value equals old value. Cool. And update controls does not need to be a function, I think. Just do that. And then this is not, this needs to be fixed. If caching, I can just return resource get property name. I guess I can probably, I don't need that, right? Is he gonna complain to me about that? It should. It will. I'm sure it will. Maybe it won't. I don't know. If caching, do that. Otherwise, I think I should have the old value. So I could just remake the entire array. I could remove all children from elements. Elements should be empty by default. It's empty. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. And then I will do four elements in array add. Yeah. Very simple. Okay. All right. I think that should be it. Just to be sure, I will restart that. Mind. All right. Old hearing, 356. I will turn that off. That should have done it. It didn't disable it though. Why did that not disable it? Number editor. Is disabled not being set? Did it not call the method? Property editor. Set override. Yeah, set override. Enabled. If disabled and not... Oh, disabled isn't set properly. When I load is override. If not is override, container is expanded. False. Editor disabled is equal to not is override. I'll just make this is expanded is override. Right? Good. And I'm just gonna reset it again to be sure. Ooh, okay. Error calling signal to callable. Converted argument 4 from object to object. Nah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't think I changed anything that should have made that happen. Okay. Yeah, I just don't believe. I don't believe that. Yeah, it was a lie. Great. Alright. 178. Disable. Now, if I hit save, okay, it also didn't happen again. Why? Disabled equals not is override. Okay, if I click it again, and now it's being weird. It's inverted. Why is it inverted? Okay, I gotta go look at the book. I gotta go look at the code here to figure out what is it doing. How? It just turns on toggle mode. That's all it does. But now it's inverted, where checking it is passing false. What? Checking it is passing false. Set override. Check. Override enabled. Value. Set override. If disabled and true. Otherwise, if not disabled and not true. Okay, this is what I missed. All right, that's what I missed. It was also the other thing too. Reload it. Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't understand what's going on there. Is it not clearing? It's not clearing the signals. Okay. How many is it making? I have 3, like, Dangling signals. I'm guessing what's going to happen is I reload the project. I'll save. I was thinking I didn't have to do this, but I guess I do. Just a quick test. If I open hearing, close, open it again. Close anyway, open it again. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that's happening. Alright. Off. There we go. Bleeding override max distance. I click save. I go here. If I edit... Why do I have extended hearing opening twice? Quit. What? Max distance. It said deleting override, but it didn't delete the override. Why is it not telling me saving? Now it's there. Oh, this toggle doesn't mark the editor as being changed. That's what's going on. That's why that happened. Who marks it as being changed? Behavior base editor changed. I need to emit the changed signal. Editor should be listening to iter-id item behavior resource editor. Open item. Editor behavior base editor changed. Okay. So when I do this, maybe what I should do is I should write this isn't handled here. Property editor does this. Update override does that. And then I would do changed. I think I just emit changed. Do I have on changed here? No. Default on changed. I think the array will do it because it goes through and it calls this. So I think that would work. But the number editor doesn't do this. Yeah, okay. So I just have to make I also have to worry about editor. Otherwise, range is the old value. Actually, if I have an editor, I think I'm not showing those. So if I have an editor, Right, I'm not doing this. Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I am returning the... Actually, if I'm always doing that, I mean, I guess if I need some other stuff, I can set some other things. But for now, it is just as simple as I'm just returning the current value. If I have a more complicated editor that might have some UI state that is not easy to remake, then I can add that to this. For now, this array editor and the number editor are simple enough that they just run off of whatever the current resource value is. There's no extra state there. Yeah. Actually, I don't want to remake the UI. I want to leave it there just disabled. And then I think I don't return anything. I make myself a promise that the UI can be fully restored from just the actual value that was there. Okay. If editor, that's actually literally as simple as it gets. That's really it. And this will just be if restoring. Old value. I'm going to make myself a promise. The UI elements should be fully restorable from the last value. This doesn't return anything. Update override true. Or sorry, update override false. Override cache will be resource get property name. Okay. I'd pass true, override cache, and then I'd be clearing it. Should update override state. Efficacy value should be restored. Restoring is true. And old value holds the and old value should be used. Okay. Way simpler there. If restoring, remake the UI. And then editor should just work. Editor should just work. Because the value is already going to be set. Which I actually am not handling correctly yet. Property editor. Resource set. Property name. Override cache. Actually, it's just true and false. There is no old value passed. Restoring is true. If the UI could be restored for the current property value, restoring will be true. Or just restore. Yep. Just want to disable. I set it back to the override cache. I guess I can check. If the override cache is null, yeah, if the override, okay, if override cache is null, then I do resource set property name to resource base get property name. Otherwise I do this and do that. Load the current base value. And this will go through that whole setter thing, which will apply the override. Maybe I do a check like was null. I feel like this might happen. So, override cache is null and not was null. Otherwise, we use that. Override cache is this. If override cache is null, was null is true. I guess I would just say was null is equal to this. Yeah, it's a lot easier. Simpler. Okay. If we're storing, we just load everything. And we don't have old value anymore. This is property editor, update override. Yeah, I don't know why it's not catching on here. If restore, I'll make this function, I guess. Build array. Okay. If restoring get range value is, so this should be restore. Set value no signal. It should be that, right? Yeah. All right. Okay. Test mind. Max distance good. We're hidden. Toggle it on. We show up. I'm gonna set this to like 200. I click. Okay, the toggle still doesn't do it. Why is it not setting it to be updated though? Yeah, why is this not? The slider isn't even marking it updated. Why? The slider should be marking it as updated. Because I moved that slider and it calls changed emit. It does this. If disabled. Am I not flipping disabled correctly? Maybe I'm not doing disabled correctly. If we're disabled, okay. How about this? How about this? If value disabled false. If not value disabled true. Now let me do, I guess this. Is override is false. So if value and, because I still want this thing to be a toggle switch. I don't want to be able to set it and like clear caches or something like that, because that's what would happen if I could set this multiple times in a row. Okay. So when I do this, I can say editor, I want to do set override is override. That's what I want to call. So if it is, it says it's off by default. So when I turn it on, if value and not is override, we do all this. Wherever cache is null and not, load the current base value. That's what I want to do, right? That's what I want to do. That actually has an issue. No, if I turn it on, it's going to get the current, it's just going to set the value back to itself. So it's not going to do anything. Actually, no, it's gonna do it wrong. It's gonna set the value as a So yeah, that's a problem. Okay. Genuinely, it doesn't actually... Okay. I don't this. I do is override is equal to that. Okay, that's what I do. That's what I do. Okay. Setting override. Target, that's fine. Max distance 360. That's not fine. Why did it not do mid loudness? What? Why did that happen? Why did max distance load like that? It dropped min loudness being changed. What? It said set override. Wait, why are the messages gone? Why did I clear that? Okay. Close. Quit to project list. I'm really confused about what's happening. Why did that open? I don't know. I closed it on purpose. And now the sets are gone. So what was that? Was that just like a hallucination or something? Because I even hit save and nothing changed. This was all still correct. That is really weird. All right. I turn this on. We're at this value. I'm going to... When I click that, it should immediately set it and call it modified. Editor set override. Every time I do one of these, I need to say changed emit. Okay? Changed emit. Every time I do that. Close without saving. I think I have to give it a second, because so that's going to reload it. Extended hearing. Why did that happen? I'm just going to save it a bunch of times. Like, what? Why is it lying to me? That's not true. Setting override max distance equals 365. That's not true. That didn't happen. Because if it did happen, it would be here. It would be here. It would say max distance in the base overrides. It's not there. Setting override. Override. I do call it from here. I do call override there. But I'm not calling set override. And again, why would it not call? I'm so confused. Okay. How does it do this and also not do it? How did it do this and not do it? I got it. I actually got it. I actually got it. When we load, what's happening is it is running through there, but because overrides is at the bottom, it overrides that anyway. So as it's loading, it reads target groups. Oh, that's an override. Reads max distance. Oh, that's an override. And then it gets to base. For some reason, base is already set because that I don't know. For some reason, it's already set. But then it sets base overrides, and then it goes, okay, it just clears that out. So what it did up here is cleared because base overrides is at the bottom, which is an ordering thing, which is really bad. I can't rely on that. I can't rely on that. So how do I make sure that the set is not running? Yeah, how do I have base, right? How do I have base? That doesn't make sense. How do I make sure that I don't do this when I'm loading for the first time? I guess I can put an all node here, like a loaded value. To prevent property override. On load, loading equals false. Set base, set overrides, those are fine. Set. If base properties has property, I guess I should do if loading, return false. So until I've called loaded, I don't do anything. When I call get, if loading, return null. So we go to whatever is like normal. Okay? Good. Quits project list. Okay. I would like to close that. I would like to hit save. I would like to hit quit the project list. So I open it without that open. And it just opened it anyway, I guess. All right, whatever. So now I click that. We didn't mark it as changed. Still. That worked. But clicking the button didn't work. That worked, which is good. That's what should happen. That should happen. Setting override, spamming like crazy. So I think I'm good with that. Okay. Then I can hit save. There it is, 317. If I turn this off, that still didn't work. I don't know why. Why does that not work? What is up with this button? This button just doesn't do anything. I mean, it half works. No, it doesn't work. It's not. Like, what is happening? Oh, now it's just always disabled. Why is it so buggy? Why is it so buggy? Maybe I know why. Disabled should be called before I do update override. Disabled. Is override false? If we have a base. Editor is override. Base overrides has all of that. I'm so confused. I don't understand. If enabled and not container is expanded, container is expanded true. Oh, this should always be called. That should always be called. And then I say, if not container is expanded, expand the container. Okay. Does this work now? Is this bug gone? Hey, it's gone. All right. Marked as changed. I can click save, and it will immediately say that it's being overwritten, right? 356. Good. I click this off. We mark it as changed. It gets disabled. I click save. The override is gone. Okay. Turn this on. It's not marked as changed, and the UI doesn't come back. Okay. Oh, because I'm setting is override true. How did I mess that up? All right, let me just do this. If value equals is override, return. I mean, this is just kind of crazy world. Is override as value. Disabled equals not. Not is override. And then if override, or I guess I would actually say, or yeah, I would flip this around. If I'm overriding, I retrieve from the cache, or no, I am going away from the override, so I need to cache the value. Changed emit, drops out. Update override is called with is override. Yeah, it's late. Dog is telling me it's time to eat. Is it time to eat? Alright. Is override as value. If they're the same, I don't do anything. Because I don't want to mess with it. If we are overriding, check the cache. We're turning it on, so uncheck the cache. If there is no cache and we were not null, get the current value from the base. Set it to the current value from the base. Otherwise, we had a cache or the cache was null and it was null. Set it to whatever that value is and then clear the cache. Otherwise, cache the value, check it, record if it was null when we cached it, and then override, clear the override. Right? Clear the override. I'll feed you soon, rat. Wrapping it up. Okay. Am I out of crazy world? I don't have to keep rebooting like that. I can just do it right away. Okay. Turn it on. It's changed. I can hit save. It's in the override. Turn it off. It's changed. It's locked. I hit save. It's gone. Turn it back on. There we go. I hit save. It's back. Change it to big number. Save. 601. Turn it off. Save. It's gone. 356. That's also good, right? That's what I should see. I can turn it back on. Hit save. 601. Nice. Okay. I'm calling it good. I'm not going to test the array yet because I'm not sure if that's going to work, and if it doesn't work, then I'll have to fix it tomorrow anyway, so test that tomorrow. Okay, that's it for today. I think this is pretty good progress. This is probably the most progress I've had in today. Even though it's just like getting the override thing to work. In a while. On this particular system. Git, add add-ons. A lot of things. Commenting out prints, loading, edit controls. That's the array stuff. I need to test that. Just don't do anything if we're disabled. Fixing node ready stuff. Editor for disabled. Reloading. Abstract, bunch of stuff. Override cache. The editor. I set up the button. It works. Okay. I'm wrapping it up, dog. I'm doing it. Hang on. Good boy, hang on. Implement override UI for behavior editor. Fix bugs. Fixed some. Was it override? Yeah. Fixed some fixed loading bug with override overridden properties being marked as overrides when they should not have been. Can now toggle property overrides for basic properties. I will have to test this for the resources. Like I have a resource and I would like click extend. I guess that's how I would do it, right? No, because like say I have a test, so I'm using the mind here as a test, right? Technically, this could extend another mind, and these sense, vision, and hearing would be like some default value, and I need to have a toggle here for these. I don't have that yet, I just have it for these. And I'm going to update the UI so it looks better than that. I just wanted to get it working first before I mess with it, because I could really mess with it for a long time. But basically it would start like minimize like this, and I have another toggle here, and then I could extend it. I could choose to extend it or just make it a new resource entirely. Those would be my two options, really. A new resource or extending it. Most cases you probably would extend it. But you could also just make it a new resource entirely. If I ever have things like curves in here, I need to figure that out, because that's like a base property but an override, but not an extendable resource where you would be loading something. You would just be duplicating it and then changing it as the override. I guess it would be the same thing. I could do like extend, which is just copying it without saving it, or new, which would just create a new empty one. All right. Anyway, toggle override properties, or toggle property overrides for basic properties. Testing still needed for arrays. All right, that's it. That's today's stream. I'm going to push this, and then I'm gone. Thanks for following, Clap. Zzz. I'm just ending the stream though, so I will be back tomorrow though. Anyway, thanks for watching, following. Really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.